Có mấy
distinguished delegates and organizers. Please be kindly inviting papers. We are about to begin the conference shortly. Distinguished delegates and honored guests, may we kindly invite you to take your seats, and we are about to begin the conference shortly. Excellencies, distinguished guests, speakers, moderators, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. My name is Jihan Khairul Amalan and my name is Mamai. It is a great honor for us to be Master of Ceremonies for today's conference. On behalf of the organizer, it is our privilege to warmly welcome you to the ASEAN Conference on Plastic Pollution from Land-Based Sources to the Ocean, Current Status and Solution. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, this conference seeks to provide a platform for inclusive and constructive multi-stakeholder dialogue, as well as knowledge exchange on regional and national perspectives, policy developments, and science-based approach to address marine plastic pollution in the Asian region. It also aims to foster academic exchange and facilitate meaningful thematic discussions on these pressing transboundary issues. Above all, this conference aspires to further strengthen regional cooperation and partnerships among Asian member states, research institutes, and development partners in support of more coordinated and effective efforts to combat plastic pollution from land-based source to the marine environment. Distinguished guests, before we begin, allow me to share a few housekeeping notes. Today's conference is conducted in hybrid format with participants joining both in person and also virtually. May I kindly ask all participants in the room to ensure that their mobile phones are set to silent mode in order to ensure the smooth running of the event. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my great honor to acknowledge the presence of our distinguished guests and esteemed delegates joining us today. We are privileged to welcome Mr. Adlan, First Secretary, the Norwegian Embassy in Hanoi, Mr. Win Kian, Director of Sustainable Development Agent Secretariat, Ms. Marie-Glo Rosaida Larit, Assistant Director, Biodiversity Management Bureau, Department of Environment and Natural Resources of the Philippines, and Chair ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment. Mr. Tim Sobrit, Deputy General Director of Natural Protected Area, Ministry of Environment and Cambodia. Dr. Iris Smith, Executive Director, Center for Southeast Asian Studies. Dr. Hans Fredrik, Research Manager, Norwegian Institute for Water Research. Master Program will introduce Vice President of Vietnam Maritime University. And all distinguished delegates and participants who are joining us here today. Your presence here today reflects our shared commitment to addressing one of the most urgent environmental challenges of our time. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the welcome remarks. It's my great honor to invite Assam Program Vietnam Vice President of Vietnam Maritime University to deliver his welcoming remarks. Professor Lim, please come to the stage.
Distinguished excellencies, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, those who can be present here and those who participate online. Good afternoon. On behalf of Vietnam Maritime University, it is my great pleasure to warmly welcome you to Haiphong City for the International Conference on Marine Plastic Pollution in ASEAN 2026. Marine plastic pollution has become one of the most urgent challenges facing our region, driven by rapid development and increasing maritime activities. Plastic waste continues to flow from land to sea, affecting ecosystems, economies, and communities across Asia. This is not a challenge that any single country has solved alone. It requires stronger cooperation, shared knowledge, and coordinated actions at both regional and global levels. This is exactly why we are here today. This conference, I hope, brings together policymakers, researchers, and development partners to exchange insights and explore practical, science-based solutions to reduce marine plastic pollution. As the host institutions, Vietnam Maritime University is proud to support this important dialogue. In this milestone year marking our 70th anniversary, we are especially honored to contribute to regional cooperation for sustainable ocean development. I would like to express my sincere appreciations to our co-organizers and partners, CSEAS, NIVA, and the ASEAN Secretariat, and our development partners for their strong support in making this conference possible. I also extend my own thanks to all distinguished speakers and participants for their presence and valuable contribution. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope that this conference will inspire stronger partnerships and more effective actions toward a cleaner and more sustainable marine environment. With that, it is my great pleasure to officially declare the ASEAN Conference under ICMEP 2026 open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Alyssa, for your warm and insightful remarks. It is now my pleasure to invite Mr. Erlend Skutleberg, First Secretary at the Embassy of Norway in Hanoi, to deliver his remarks. Mr. Erlend, please, the floor is yours.
Dear Professor Duke and Vice President of Vietnam Maritime University, distinguished representative of ASEAN Member States, colleagues from the ASEAN Secretariat, partners and research institutions and universities, ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. It's always a pleasure to return here to Vietnam Maritime University, and especially today to open this important ASEAN conference, organized under the ASEAN Norwegian Cooperation Project on Regional Capacity Building for Reducing Plastic Pollution, or ASEAN as we call it. And let me first begin to acknowledge the organizers and partners behind today's event: Vietnam Maritime University, the Center of Southeast Asian Studies, and the Norwegian Institute of Water Research, NIVA, working closely with the ASEAN Secretariat and national stakeholders across the region. This conference reflects strong collaboration between policy, science, and academia, exactly what is needed to address a challenge of this scale. As we have heard already, plastic pollution is one of the most pressing environmental challenges today, and persistent leakage from land-based sources has led to widespread accumulation of plastic in marine environments, with serious implications for ecosystems and coastal communities. In Southeast Asia, where major river systems link densely polluted areas to the ocean, addressing these sources is particularly urgent. ASEAN has shown important leadership through the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris, and several member states have already developed national plastic action plan. At the same time, today's conference highlights the shared reality. Progress and capacity varies across countries, and gaps remain in data, policy coherence, circular economy approaches, and behavioral change. That is precisely where regional cooperation and knowledge exchange can add value. For Norway, this work matters deeply. Norway is a maritime nation with a strong economic, environmental, and social ties to the ocean. Marine plastic pollution is not only an environmental concern, it affects livelihoods, food security, and coastal communities. This is why Norway has made combating marine litter a long-term international priority, including through substantial global funding, strong support for science-based policymaking, and active engagement in efforts to establish an ambitious international agreement to end plastic pollution across the full life cycle of plastics. Looking ahead, the challenges are clear. Plastic pollution cannot be solved by any single actor. It requires long-term coordination, alignment between national and regional policies, and engagement of private sectors, and sustained investment in research and data. Changing production system and consumer behavior will take time, but forum like today's conference help move processes forward. So let me conclude by reaffirming Norway's continued support for ASEAN's efforts to combat marine plastic pollution. Sustainable and ocean governance remain high on ASEAN's agenda. Cooperation grounded in science, dialogue, and shared responsibility will be essential. I wish you all a constructive discussion and a productive conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Adnan, for your thoughtful and valuable remarks. And we will now hear a record message from His Excellency Sam Hu, Deputy Secretary General of ASEAN for Social, Cultural, and Community, Asian Secretariat.
I don't know. Is that we are in critical response that is that we are in good hygiene and the sense of knowledge hygiene. This is how we go to China time and we will assistant directors. I would advocate many steps to you. Department of Environment and Natural Resources of Duty. Here of ASEAN Working Group on Food Service Marine Environment. Associate Professor Dr. Hu, Vice President of Vietnam Diamond. Dr. Alyssa, Executive Director, Center for Communication Strategy. Distinguished guests, honorable friends, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. It is my great pleasure to deliver the welcome remarks on the ASEAN Conference on Plastic Pollution from land-based sources to the ocean carrying center pollution. I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the government of Vietnam for graciously hosting the conference and to the government of Norway for its continued support to ASEAN efforts to reduce plastic pollution through ASEAN Norwegian cooperation project on the regional capacity building for reducing plastic pollution phase 2, ASEAN 2, including this conference. I would like to thank the Center for Communication Studies, the Norwegian Institute for Water Research, and the Vietnam Maritime University for their technical support in organizing this important conference. Implementing this issue of consumption. Marine plastic pollution remains one of the most pressing environmental challenges facing ASEAN. A significant proportion of marine debris originates from land-based sources, entering rivers, and eventually reaching our ocean. This not only affects marine biodiversity, also impacts fisheries, tourism, public health, and the livelihood of our coastal communities. For ASEAN, addressing marine plastic pollution is closely linked to our global goals of sustainable development and sustainable use of the economy. Our seas are vital not only for economic growth, but also for food security and community well-being. Recognizing this, ASEAN has taken concrete steps at both regional and national level. The ASEAN Regional Action Plan for Combating Marine Debris 2021 to 2025 provides comprehensive framework to guide action. We have also seen encouraging progress with several ASEAN member states, developing national action plans and strengthening their policy, institution and framework. ASEAN is currently adapt to one particular economy, including through the ASEAN Declaration on Plastic Circularity and the latest initiative. These efforts aim to reduce plastic intensity while promoting more sustainable protection, consumption, waste management practices. Today's conference provides another valuable opportunity for ASEAN member states, partners, academics, and other stakeholders to exchange knowledge, skills, experiences, and identify technical solutions to advance efforts against marine pollution. We underscore the critical roles of academia and university, generating improvement and understandings of plastic pollution, where it comes from, how it spreads,
and cost-effective. Our research and innovation are essential to aim for effective and sustainable solutions. And look forward to the insights and recommendations from the discussion at this conference, particularly regarding research and that can help ASEAN its member states address environmental challenges. At the same time, it is crucial to ensure that scientific findings are effectively communicated and translated into policy. Bridging the gap between science and policy enables decision makers to design and implement evidence-based principles of context-specific interventions. Organizations such as this provide a relevant document to facilitate key changes between research and policy. Partnership with the private sector, civil societies, and other stakeholders are essential to drive innovation, promote responsible protection and convention, and support community solutions. Such multi-stakeholder collaboration will be key to achieving meaningful advances in health. I trust that this conference will foster dialogue, present partnership, catalyze collaboration among diverse stakeholders. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, addressing the challenge of plastic pollution requires science-based solutions, stronger regional cooperation, and effective multi-stakeholder engagement. In this regard, ASEAN remains committed to these efforts, looking forward to our continued dialogue. I encourage all participants to actively engage in the discussions and contribute to advancing practical and impactful solutions. Let us continue fighting together towards cleaner oceans, healthier ecosystems, and more sustainable future of our people. Thank you, and I wish you a productive conference.
Thank you for inspiring us. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, following the insightful remarks we just heard, we are reminded of the importance of collective action and shared responsibility in addressing marine plastic pollution. With that in mind, we shall now proceed to our first session. Session 1, Regional Initiatives Targeting Marine Plastic Pollution in Asia. This session will provide insight into ongoing regional initiatives and highlight the importance of the coordinated Asian approach in addressing marine plastic pollution. To guide us through this discussion, it is my pleasure to invite Asam Nekindum, Vice President of Vietnam Maritime University, as the moderator. Please come to the stage.
Come here and give me the mic. Okay, thank you very much, the MC, beautiful MC ladies. And welcome to Section 1, Regional Initiatives Targeting Marine Plastic Pollution in ASEAN. As outlined in our program, this section will explore ongoing regional initiatives and emphasize the importance of a coordinated regional approach in addressing marine plastic pollution. Marine plastic pollution is inherently transboundary, originating from land-based sources and moving across the river systems into shared marine environments, and also from fishing debris. Addressing this issue requires not only scientific understanding, but also strong alignment between policy frameworks, governance systems, and regional cooperation mechanisms. And we are today honored to have 4 distinguished speakers representing perspective from science, from policy, from behavior, and regional medicines. And now I'd like to introduce our first speaker, Dr. Hans Fredrik Weiterbrecken from Iran. I'm sorry if my pronunciation is not very correct. To present on regional collaborations for reducing plastic pollution in Asia, perspectives from ASEAN 2 project. Please put the hands, the stage shots. Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Excellencies, the distinguished guests, and everybody else. Thanks for being here today. Thanks for showing an interest in this very important topic. I will share some perspectives from the ASEAN Global Project from the ASEAN. Thank you. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this background, but I'd like to acknowledge that there is a lot of initiatives already going on in the ASEAN region, and that there's many strategic documents that are important for plastic pollution and the solutions that may be given them. The Kuala Lumpur Declaration was signed last year, and it works to one of the strategic goals in the next 2 decades for ASEAN is to coordinate across different pillars. This is economical, political, and socio-cultural pillars, all important for solving the plastic issues. In the ASEAN vision, it is mentioned creating people-to-people connectivity. It's mentioned already that plastic pollution is much more than just an environmental pollution issue. And this cross-border global information, makes it to people from communities, is of course very important. And then the regional action plan that there has been a lot of focus on in the last 5 years. I believe that there is now a new action plan and development for the next 5-year period. And the strengthening of capacity building, something that we focus on in this one. So related to that, our project is mentioned already, but it's an operation project between Norway and ASEAN. And we focus on building local capacity in order to reduce plastic pollution for the whole region. We started working in 2018, the Center for Southeast Asian Studies, in the CSEAS catchment. It's a large, for those of you who know it, it's a large river. 5 million people, I think, live in the catchment. And then people are dependent on the river, and of course, it was once called, I think, one of the most polluted rivers in the world. So we started there, we monitored plastic in the system, we looked at how households are dealing with plastic pollution, what policies are implemented, and we also involved the industries, plastic packaging and recycling. We took this holistic approach with us further, and in the phase 1 of the project, we also worked in the Venus catchment in the Philippines, also a large river. In Vietnam, we worked with further south, and where we are now, in the Da Nang area, with a very small stream, a small canal in the city. And now in phase 2, we are working here in Haiphong with the EU, arranging this conference today. Also, we work with the Institute of Science and Technology for Energy and Environment for monitoring of plastic in the rivers in Haiphong. Then we also work in Cambodia with Cambodian partners that are present there today. So you'll hear more about the Haiphong and the CMV case studies in a session later today. And I will use the CMV catchment as an example for you when I present as an important stakeholder who should make your own case study. So this issue of plastic pollution being much more than just an environmental problem, there are many social and economic drivers behind the environmental problems that we see in these rivers in the ASEAN region. And this requires many different solutions. This is already mentioned, and you know this already. This will be on technological level, but also we need management to be able to find the right types of measures, and we need measures to be relevant for the whole ASEAN region. That's the only way, I think, to solve this problem. And also we need to find effective management measures. We need to find actions that actually work. And how can we as a project support this part of the work? That's why I'm going to talk about that.
So in this approach, we follow what we call a catchment approach. We don't kill plastic in the marine environment. We work upstream in the rivers and catchments with local communities, to find the sources and try to stop the sources and try to work the solutions upstream. We do that by working in these case studies that I mentioned, where we focus on what can stakeholders need, and we use the competence of the local partners. And then we bring together social science aspects and natural science aspects, and we back this to the local context. And that is the goal for us to make this relevant by upscaling to the whole wider ASEAN. So a little bit about the monitoring, a few examples here of how we work. I just showed you some examples of the rivers and the streams that we work with. They are very, very different. And then you can't use one method for monitoring plastic in all of these rivers. So we work to find the right methods and harmonize these methods across different sites, but also adapt them to the local context. And then for this to be useful for the ASEAN region, so quality control and other measures like that need to be implemented in a bigger way across many sites. And then we work, mentioned now several times already. This is much more than just an environmental problem. How is plastic pollution under different cultures and social economic settings? And we work with policy implementations and how the local communities are aware of the problem and how they are affected by the problem and what solutions they do or don't have. And there's a couple of examples mentioned here. The Vietnamese Special Action Plan for Management of Marine Plastic Litter. It's very important. And many of the actions that I mentioned here, how are they enforced and implemented? And I think with this effect, with the waste sorting law, for example, I found here with this case study. And then we study several national campaigns in Cambodia. One of them is this today we don't use plastic bags, where we use some people out of goal. Okay, then I will finalize by saying how we try and bring all these aspects together. This is an example, this is a video demonstrating some of the processes that are involved in plastic transport and processes in typical river catchment with city or a local community. It can be a big city like Taiwan, or it can be a small community. So what we study is use a model and then we have made an online web tool that stakeholders can use. It can be used all over ASEAN. Be used on the national level or on a city level, like in Taiwan. And you can find it through the web page. It's not really there, but it's the International Knowledge Hub Against Plastic Pollution. And this is available for everyone to use. So we take this model that is illustrated various figures, and then we adapt. My point doesn't work. Can you help me get the next slide, please? Yeah, okay, thank you. And then we can adapt different types of mitigation measures to this site. It can be anything from a cleanup action, it can be different types or different ways of waste collection, or it can be different bans on different types of plastic. So I'll show you how this works with an example. This is a very simple example with bans on plastic bags. So this is our study site in Cambodia. This is the Tonga Sub Lake that you see on the map, and then Siem Reap is approximately in the middle of the catchment that is colored in light blue there. And this is the kind of the basis for the model or the online tool. And this will now model the current situation of plastic waste in the catchment in the period 2015 to 2030. So as a basis, the model just models the amount of plastic waste in the catchment with no mitigation measures adapted. And then in 2030, we'll see that around 10,000 tons of plastic waste is accumulated in this river catchment. And then we can play around with the model and introduce a certain value in multi-plastic bags, for example. And this is just an illustration, so you can of course make this more complicated by including different types of mitigation measures and different types at the same time. The way to do this, 80% ban of plastic bag from 1st of January 2025. This year is that there's approximately 1,000 tons less plastic, 2,000 tons actually less plastic pollution accumulated in the catchment over this period. We believe that this is a very useful tool for stakeholders of many different levels to use to find the most effective mitigation measures for Australian. Okay, to summarize, how can regional collaborations like the ASEAN project possibly reduce plastic pollution? I mentioned the harmonizing of monitoring methods. I think that's very important so we know what kind of data we are comparing between sites and countries. We need an overview of policies that are relevant, which are implemented, which are planned to be implemented, how they work and how effective are they. We need accurate data on the whole plastic value chain. This includes households and how households are dealing or able to deal with plastic pollution. We need to involve the industry, how the tourist industry to plastic packaging industry or recycling industry. Of course, waste management. I haven't touched on that topic, but waste management happens on many different levels. The informal sector, for example, is very important. That's it. We need to do what we are doing here today. We need to facilitate this cross-sectoral knowledge sharing and collaborate between countries. I think that's crucial in order to find the right solution. And then finally, I think we work locally, and the target is to upscale and use different countries and work regionally with this issue. I think that's also very important, so we can learn from each other and find the best solutions. Thank you to the whole media team for having me in this project. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Han. Patrick, for very meaningful presentations. We have highlighted the importance of a catchment-based integrated approach, thinking and based on this with marine pollution pathway, and how scientific monitoring, stakeholder engagement can be scaled to the regional level. Thank you very much for that. And secondly, I would like to invite Mr. Win Kian from the ASEAN Secretariat to present on regional cooperations on coastal and marine environment, ASEAN perspective. Please, the stage yours, Mr. Kian.
Thank you, Professor Newton, on the nice presentation, and I'd like to ask for the technical presentation. So, first of all, first of all, I would like to express my appreciation for being for like this event, as well as support from Norway Embassy, both in Hanoi and also in Jakarta. And support from CSEAS Dr. Usman, and as well as all colleagues coming from ASEAN Member States. I appreciate to my goals and share for the person. Now we invite them to government and colleagues from ASEAN development and meaningful of the development of this project. Just a little bit of background before I go to my presentation. But so bear in mind that this is a quite long presentation, so I will skip some of the slides and stop at some of the following because I think that this is good to focus on some of the sort of the activities that we are doing today. I'm so on the parents and that's a part of the process as well as that ASEAN efforts on integrating the work on which in terms of that. So let me move on. The next one is an outline of the presentation here. So I have a couple of points. So the first one is starting with the landscape on the marine environment. And then I'm going to a little bit on the ASEAN environment policy and institutional framework. Then I'm going into the sectoral discussion on policies and marine protection. And then say some talk on the way forward. So let me quickly go into the first one on the environmental landscape. So we all know about the landscape here. So first of all, the ASEAN is like the whole third of the world coastal and marine habitat. With 600 million people, up to 70% of the coastal area is half below 30 years old. So we also
Police quite 40% of the plastic coming out of this event. This is where the initiative on moving together to address the multi-plastic come from. So we have a lot of customer base, but at the same time, we are using quite a number of plastic leakage to work. So this is we are so talking about the importance of significant improvement to the coastal and marine environment as well as high pressure we are facing due to climate matter, such as when we see course this and sea level rise. Let's move on to the next one on the ASEAN environment policy and institutional framework. So very much similar to how the presentation before, just quickly say that the ASEAN is a 2045, it's a new reason that ASEAN is hoping how we get the achieve. One of the points I'd like to highlight here is a future ASEAN will be a green ASEAN that is achieved with sustainable growth on land and in the water. So we embrace the green economy and do it on the regional context and strengthen ASEAN in promoting sustainability and climate response. So this is something related to the communities that I'm serving, the IUSCC, the social culture community that quite a number of activities will improve the matter. So this is the structure of the ASEAN social culture community strategic plan. You see that we have crown strategic plan, see the objectives, activity, use area, and the crown of the strategic plan. What I would like to highlight here is that among the 100 crown strategic plans, 49 of the SCC, where 63 is cross-sector activity. That means that the activity of the whatever happened in the ASEAN culture actually related to that because and center hands up presenting for what talking about cross-sectors, cross-nation, and so on in the last presentation. So I'd like to highlight one point under policy 4.1 here, talking about resilient community that promotes human security and couple of highlight that just like to mention here, I will do on the important coastal and marine, as well as marine and marine textile, in particular that we respect the ecological sensitivity. Moving on, so this is another one that we'd like to share how important marine coastal issue relating to the broader discussion that ASEAN had, as how do we participate. So part of this highlight the maritime cooperation and here like so the importance of sustainable management of marine resources, as well as the marine pollution, human rights, and how we can address the situation and to the level of contribute to the Indo-Pacific region. And of course, as mentioned before, it's a science and innovation collaboration is very important part of the maritime cooperation under the AOI. Another integration that covers an ASEAN level is an ASEAN framework. So basically, it's a further ASEAN commitment for regional cooperation on the green economy of advancing priorities and facilitate marine creation, resilient inclusivities and sustainability. So the left on the left on the right on the left side showing how the approach that ASEAN will propose themselves. So this is the implementation plan. I will try to speak that one. It's a very much specific of the economy implementation plan. So let me share a little bit on the institutional framework. ASEAN providing cooperation is not very familiar here, but I hope it's for go outside of the framework, particularly representative of students. So in ASEAN, we have a different layer of discussion related to the environment. So the highest one, we did the sector is the minister related on the environment. So we have this ASEAN minister related on the environment. Support that ASEAN senior officer on the environment on some ASEAN. So under the ASEAN, we have 6 working groups. So it's that and the ASEAN working group, of course, the marine environment 1 6. So the nature of the working group to very much discuss on technical collaboration, policy recommendation, drivers and all the recommendation and initiative, for example, project outcome will be updated by the working group to the ASEAN. And from there, we will get one to the ASEAN, because of which we can get to the support, or the support of ASEAN, minister of the So this is specifically the action plan related to ASEAN working group on coastal and marine environment. You see the 7 primary programs. I think it's a lot of this related to a lot of technical discussion like the coastal and marine area conservation. There's a coastal and marine species conservation, technical discussion on stream reduction, coastal and marine erosion and regulation, coastal and marine species. Species, climate change, and the impact of coastal rights. Last one, integrated coastal environment structure design. So this is the priority of activity of the working group. So a lot of activities that under target program. Let me go through it. So this is highlight some of the activities under the working group action plan. So we can see that quite we call it some flexible and some activities. For example, under the coastal and marine area, we have ASEAN Pacific Park. So this is not only the tourist area, but also it's a tourist segment for those like that as well. So you see that the project is one under thematic and coastal and marine pollution, ASEAN knowledge cooperation with marine massive amount of the ASEAN. So this is the highlight of some activities under the. Plus we have the other activities as well. So this is another action plan update that we have. So basically, we will implement an ASEAN biodiversity plan. So it's very much implementing the covering Montreal, well, the very good have funding that is basically show the regional commitment to ASEAN will be one of the project supporting the ASEAN region. To move on, this is another integration of ASEAN. So of course, we say ASEAN have a lot of interested. For example, how we use the guidelines from the data, critical technical progress and how the specific activities. So this is the degradation of plastic circularity, and the key highlight of that is found with reducing plastic pollution, promoting the circulation and circular economy, and also enhancing waste management, and also the economic and operation and public. This is another one, because that's just for some sort of production, if I talking about how you can both the participants and also talking about the behavior change. That is something, and this is very much related to SDG and strategy with human power is related to sort of excellent event to address the. So this is the next part of the paper on money inflation and digital. So I like here the oversight. Here that the first one is the over ASEAN. How long is this plan on my is the ongoing and that is related to lot of the papers that work stream. Very much focusing on implementing these are acts of that on expressing what we do. Second thing is I know waiting for those paper and say very soon now.
Oh,
Yeah. Germany. Reduce the cycle as the short. We are format. The parents is one thing, upon proposal, but that's particularly on the so coming back as a plan for the represent to see of course. Next, quite a number of other activities you get anywhere and also the channel. This is the highlight sound. So when we move on, the last part of my presentation here is the challenge of all. So first of all, I just want to say that this issue of money protection and so this is part of the issue that facing quite multiple questions, both from the policies right from the consumer and then also so that we have multiple questions. And actually, this market is it's because addressing the money would be not coming from one sector, not from the right. Possible behavior change, standards of the class. We have to talk about how so and so. Then we're talking about what's the cost of this then relate to the cost of one as well as the part of the before by ASEAN. We are also facing quite a number of limitations. First, because we're facing the issue, for example, the topic of data and information. What is the data set looking for? What is the information? What is the information baseline? And how we will collect data and also compare cost sectors and also recognition and solution. So this is an issue that we see. Taking the data, how we collect it, how we compare and share that to have a sector that will be on the same issue. And so moving on the question and marine environment protection and also is also facing limitation and obstacles, technologies and activities. So this is how to share limitation and to face and looking forward to that the issue of the remain one of our ASEAN and where we are looking on the next ASEAN strategic plan of environment. We will be issues here and so we hope that this year ASEAN strategic plan of environment will be adopted and give us a clear analysis on how ASEAN. So this is my presentation and of course I have a final slide a little bit more. And then thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vicky, for a comprehensive review in which we can see the clear pictures of ASEAN policies framework and its features. Also, we can see the key challenges, constituting strongly the commitments into effective implementations at national and local levels. And thank you also for sharing with me how the current project is ongoing on this issue. And next, I would like to invite Ms. Yako Misno from India to present on behavior change to reduce plastic consumption and improve waste management in ASEAN. Because for this Yako Misno, please.
Thank you very much for talking to my My name is Ayako Misno. I work for AREA, or Economic Research Institute for East Asia, and more particularly for the National Knowledge Center for Marine Plastic Degree. Okay, next please. So today I would like to cover 3 topics. First, I would like to briefly introduce who is AREA and what we do in ASEAN. And then secondly, I would like to move on to the behavior change activities and projects that we are implementing. And Director Kian just mentioned that behavior change is one of the pillars, key to address marine plastic pollution. So I would like to focus a little bit on this topic. And lastly, a little bit aligned with this session's topic, I would like to talk about the introduction of the behavioral lab, which is a regional initiative to address that marine plastic pollution with other stakeholders. Next, please. So just to mention briefly about AREA and the Regional Knowledge Center, we are an information clearinghouse for marine plastic debris issues in ASEAN plus 3 member states. ASEAN now 11 member states plus China, Japan, and South Korea. So these are the member states that we are serving. We are here to provide information to strengthen plastic circularity and prevent plastic from entering marine environments. And our activities are centered around 5 activity pillars. First, we support science-based policy formulation, data and science-based policy formulation. Second, we consider very important to build capacity in the region. Third, we also work with very strongly public awareness around plastic pollution and marine plastic pollution. We also support networks and partnerships in the region. And finally, we support project implementation. Next, please. And our activities are functioning around 3 areas, a little bit to overlap with the 5 activities that I just mentioned. But we do data collection analysis. We do believe that marine plastic related information and knowledge reports do exist in the ASEAN region, but sometimes it's isolated, fragmented, and we are here to collect them, analyze them, and now moving on to the knowledge management and outreach portion. We think that it is our role to digest them and put them in a format that is understandable to the final target audience. So that's the missing piece that we feel that we can play a big role. And finally, when we have those knowledge accumulated, we'd like to do a capacity building, which is also considered as a missing piece in the region. So that is AREA's function and roles. Next, please. Now I'd like to dive into the behavior change project that we implemented in the region. We do other things, but I'd like to focus today on behavior change in particular. So awareness raising campaign has been implemented and employed as a ways to address plastic pollution in the ASEAN regions, and many governments also have employed it. But it is kind of becoming obvious that it is insufficient to significantly change the long-standing consumption habits, and especially to address the convenience barrier. So, and we also noticed that in the academic literature, especially the English-written academic literature in the Asia-Pacific region, some of the knowledge and maybe reports on behavior change is kind of missing. So, to address this gap, breaking the plastic habit in ASEAN project, now considered phase 1, was initiated by the Regional Knowledge Center of AREA with the collaboration of IGES, or Institute of Global Environmental Strategies, back in 2022. And this phase 1 of this project was implemented in Indonesia, the Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam. And as you can see on the screen, it culminated in an easy-to-use toolkit, which is guidebooks to basically design behavior change project in the ASEAN context. And it applies the 6-level of behavior change, sort of proposed by the Red Center of Behavior and Environment. Next, please. So this project resulted in many interesting findings and key results that you can find in the report that you can download from our website. It's for free. And this is the knowledge products infographic that we created from the report. And you can find the infographic on our website as well. And so what we figured through this phase one implementation is that, yes, we did have a very interesting outstanding findings and key qualitative and quantitative results, but we also realized that encountered a lot of challenges. And what we think is important, next slide please, in this report, we also mentioned those challenges. So it's not just putting forward good results, but also what was difficult, what was challenging and what should be addressed next time. And so you can see in the next slide, not just what worked, but we also put a lot of challenges that we encountered to make sure that, you know, many people who will be implementing similar projects can avoid those. So yeah, we try to be very honest in our reporting, and we also put a lot of recommendations for the future scale up. Next slide. So with that recommendation that we put forward in our first report, we just decided to embark on the phase two of breaking the plastic habits project, which was launched in 2024 with the ending of the phase one. And this phase two also just ended last month in March in 2026. And you can also see on the screen that we also have a report coming out in phase two project as well. And the phase two of this project aims to further scale up from the phase one recommendations. And also, it was implemented not just in Indonesia, Philippines, Thailand, and Vietnam, but also we invited Cambodia and now PDR to join forces. So we have 6 project sites in 6 the member states. And also unlike the phase one where we focus a little bit more on the school setting and team setting, the phase two had a more real life setting into businesses and tourism sector. And the reports, and we put more emphasis on first engaging a wider range of stakeholders, which was a phase one recommendation. We strengthen the monitoring and evaluation, which was also the phase one recommendation. And thirdly, we embedded a monitoring approach into the project implementation, which were the very difficult things to do, but it was considered necessary. So we do have this phase two report. Phase one report is more to design an intervention. Phase two report, you can read it more as a how to do the monitoring and evaluation. So I think 2 reports can go hand in hand in those who might take. Next please. So this was what we did as area. Now I'd like to move on to the third point of my presentation, which is how to collaborate with other partners to implement initiatives in a regional level. So India has initiated and plays currently the secretariat of the Behavioral Lab, an ASEAN partnership of 5 organizations conducting and steering behavior change projects and activities in the ASEAN region. A collaborative MOU of 3 in October, and a launching event conference on combating plastic pollution 2025, which was held under the ASEAN Malaysia in 2025. Next please. So now you see the behavior change behavioral lab kind of design branding. So I'm kind of steering away from India's color scheme and going into our kind of collaborative scheme that we kind of come up with. So the Behavioral Lab is a collaborative partnership between area IGs that I mentioned already, Rare Center for Behavior and Environment, Ria Formal Project of GIZ, and WWN Plastic Smart City. So these are the 5 founding members of the Behavioral Lab. Next please. In the organization, sharing the topic with the audience. Next please. So the Behavioral Lab, we launched last year in October, so we're still freshly new in the field. But 2 months ago in February 2026, we had a joint team retreat among the 5 founding organizations. We got together in the beautiful island of Bali, Indonesia, to establish our and for the exhibition, and we also had a public event in Bali on behavioral change with our local partners and stakeholders. And you can also watch YouTube of this event as well. Next, please. So what we try to achieve, again, we just launched our channels, we're new, in the coming 12 months, trying to make ourselves known as a reference for behavior change activities in the ASEAN region. We'd like to collaborate with other partners who are interested in behavior change or working within the behavior change sphere. We have been contacted with many people, and we're very grateful for that. And we'd like to actively serve the policymakers, businesses, and project implementers in the region. For the upcoming 12 months, we'd like to especially do a revision and iteration of the monitoring and evaluation framework, so it's more predictable for the behavior change projects. We would like to organize 2 to 3 webinars with attached outputs such as policy links. We'd like to also create another knowledge product related to psychosocial theory of change and maybe additional outputs related to any discussion with the behavioral lab vendors. Okay, next slide, please. So this is the final slide. Our behavioral lab webpage will be launched next month in May. Very exciting. So I just give a little bit of a visual. Please keep an eye on it. It will be launched on the ASEAN website. So if you go to the areas regional knowledge center for marine plastic degrees, next month you will find a tab that says Behavioral Lab, and you will be able to find all of our reports, activities, any knowledge products, and any framework that we will be creating on there. So yeah, with that, I'd like to finish my introduction. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mizuno, for very interesting presentations about the breakdown of the research on the behavior change, importance of the behavior change. And also we thank you very much for the information about the behavioral lab. We for sure will be ready to visit the website. And last but not least, I would like to invite Ms. Hee Jung-jin from UNEP Company to present on from left to C, advancing regional action to marine plastic pollution in the East Asian Sea. Please.
Thank you so much. Colleagues, good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen.
Is that online? Okay. I'm sorry. So
okay.
please be prepared and stepping down.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
We can hear you now. Good afternoon. Please go ahead.
Yeah, could you please share the screen from your side, or should I share my screen? Okay. Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. So, good afternoon. My name is Hyunjung, and I work on plastic pollution and marine litter at the UNEP COPSI Secretariat, and it is real pleasure to join today's conference. Many thanks for the invitation. So next, please. So today I will just briefly share how COPSI supports regional action on marine litter and plastic pollution in the East Asian Seas, and how regional cooperation can really help turn shared priorities into practical and scalable solutions from land to sea. Next, please. So just a little background ourselves. So COPC is a regional intergovernmental mechanism and one of UNEP's regional CIS programs. It is the implementing body for the East Asian CIS Action Plan, bridging together 9 participating countries, namely Cambodia, China, Indonesia, Republic of Korea, Malaysia, the Philippines, Singapore, Thailand, and Vietnam. And the secretariat is hosted by Thailand in Bangkok. Next slide, please. So marine plastic pollution is a transboundary challenge. So plastic waste basically may be generated locally, but once it enters rivers, coastlines, and the ocean, it does not stop at borders, as you know. So that's why we think regional cooperation matters. And national action is essential, but it becomes stronger when supported by the shared knowledge, common priorities, and coordinated regional action. So regional platforms also help connect national efforts to broader global processes, including the ongoing negotiations on a global instrument on plastic pollution and marine litter. Next, please. So in this region, as you can see from the slide, ASEAN has played a very important role, including through the ASEAN Regional Action Plan for combating marine debris. And we think like COPS's work is sort of complementary to this. So as a UNEP's regional system mechanism, COPSI helps our participating countries to coordinate, share experiences, and also move from policy commitments to real implementation on the ground. Next, please. For COPSI, the main framework for this work on marine litter and plastic pollution is the Regional Action Plan on Marine Litter, or we call REP-MALI, which was adopted in 2019. REP-MALI, this plan focuses on 4 areas. First, reducing marine litter from land-based sources, and reducing and preventing marine litter from sea-based sources like ghost fishing gear. And also third action is around strengthening monitoring and assessment. And the last but not the least, creating enabling conditions for action, including knowledge sharing, research, awareness raising, and also regional collaboration. So the regional collaboration and coordination. So this is especially relevant to, I think, today's discussion because plastic pollution and marine litter is not only an ocean issue, because it starts upstream and also moves through the waste systems, rivers, drainage systems, and coastlines before reaching the sea. So we do really need solutions that address the full pathway from land to sea. Next, please. So in order to support implementation of REP-MALI, COPSI works through the Working Group on Marine Litter, or we call WGML. And the WGML brings basically together national marine litter focal points from 9 participating countries. It provides a platform to exchange updates and identify priorities and also develop biennial work plans for the regional cooperation. And it also helps connect, as I mentioned, regional priorities to the broader global processes on marine litter and plastic pollution. So this platform actually helps through this platform, COPC countries have delivered joint regional statements across the INC process from INC 2 to INC 5.2. So this is one of the key values of regional platforms we do think, which is helping countries coordinate their sort of regional voice while also preparing for the implementation at the national level as well. Next, please. So in practice, COPSI supports implementation in three main ways. So first, through regional knowledge sharing and coordination. So we support the East Asian CIS regional node of the Global Partnership on Plastic Pollution and Marine Litter, or we call GPML, which brings together resources, tools, case studies, and also information on regional initiatives. And this really helps reduce duplication and supports replication across the region. And secondly, also through the data and partnerships. So COPSI supports harmonized approaches to marine litter monitoring because comparable data is really important for evidence-based policy. And we also work through the regional platforms and partnerships, including Working Group on Marine Litter, WGMM meetings, also COP solutions, coordination with ASEAN, also research institutions and other partners. And third, through pilot initiatives and practical tools that demonstrate what works on the ground. Next, please. So COPSI has supported community-based solid waste management initiatives in island and coastal contexts, including in Malaysia and Indonesia in the past. So this experience shows that simple and practical local solutions can work when they are adapted to context and supported by the strong partnerships among the partners. So, but they also show that pilots should not remain isolated. So, in order to create a wider impact, we do need to capture lessons learned and also share them regionally, nationally, also globally, and support adaptation as well. Next, please. So these lessons are also very relevant for sea-based sources of marine plastic pollution. Alongside solid waste management work, we have also worked on abandoned, lost, and discarded fishing gear, which is called ALDFG. So with support from the government of Canada in the past, we developed the Ghost Gear Toolbox, which brings together practical guidance and case studies to support countries and also communities in addressing this issue. Next, please. So this is important because while land-based sources are a sort of major part of the problem, sea-based sources also need really targeted action involving many stakeholders like fisheries authorities, fishing communities, ports, recycling actors, and also the private sector, etc. Next, please. So building on this past initiatives and experience, COPSI is now implementing new pilots in Indonesia and Vietnam on integrated solid waste management. And next, please. And at the same time, we are also preparing to launch a new project on sustainable fishing gear management and recycling in the region with support from the Republic of Korea. So together, these efforts really aim to move beyond isolated interventions, scattered intervention, and support longer term and more scalable solutions. So taken together, COPSI's regional added value is really clear. So basically helping countries move from shared priorities to coordinated action in the region and from individual projects to broader regional learning and replication. Next, please. And an important part of this is making sure that all the tools and resources and lessons learned do not stay isolated. So through the GPML East Asian CIS regional node that I just mentioned in the previous slides, our countries and any partners can access and share policies, good practices, tools, and also research across the region. Next, please. So to conclude, I just would like to leave several key messages. First, marine litter and plastic pollution in the region must be addressed from land to sea. So that means tackling upstream sources, waste management systems, coastal pathways, and also sea-based sources all together. And second, regional cooperation is important and essential. Platforms such as ASEAN or also COPSI, like the existing regional mechanism, can help countries align priorities and also share knowledge, reduce duplication, and connect national action to regional and global commitments. And third, implementation must be scalable. So pilots, tools, and local lessons learned are not or most valuable. I mean, when they become real practical models that can be adapted and also replicated across countries and the region. So we really look forward to continuing collaboration with other partners like ASEAN area and participating countries, research institutions, development partners, and also stakeholders to advance practical and coordinated solutions from land to sea. Next, please. So finally, the success of this all efforts, our efforts and initiatives really depends on strong collaboration. And I would like to just acknowledge the many partners and donors who make this work possible. So thank you so much. That's all from my side.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Kim, for presenting this quickly fast. That's more interesting approach and research and and I believe that is very engaged in our government framework. It's very, very important. And scaling practical solutions is also very important. As a solution is better. And thank you again for the videos. Second, together, by doing the picture of how policy, and the patient which and we
or microplastic, I think from a microplastic perspective, I think, like I mentioned, the rivers or streams or canals can be very, very different in size and water flow. And you also have the issues with currents going opposite directions. So I think, again, you need kind of a set of different tools that, or techniques perhaps, that can be used in different settlements. And also you can do this very cheaply and cost efficiently and get good results with data. You can also spend a lot of money and you can have more technical approaches to monitoring. So again, I think possible to do this in a single deep way and just get a lot of data, but you also invest more money and time if you want to.
Really makes sense. Any questions from the audience? For the hands? Yeah, I see two hands, so please.
Thank you. My name is Nurhati from Vietnam Foundation. I think if we talk about waste leakage in the portfolio, maybe big island gets populated area is contributes a lot. But if we talk in terms of environmental sensitivity, small island and remote area may be also important. Is there any approach that more, how to say more, in terms of technology as well as in finance, that more give justice to small islands? How country like Norway manage the waste in small islands? Because in most of ASEAN countries, we also archipelagic country. Thank you.
Okay, the approach with the proper approach of small islands. We get about that.
Yes, I think, I'm not sure what you mean with a small island, but it means impacts from other sources on the small island. I think our approach is to work with the sources and then try to reduce the pollution in the rivers rather than cleaning up the ends up at the small island, for example. But COPSI mentioned that they work with small islands, so maybe they're better suited to answer the question.
Yes, do you have any ideas about like something we can apply the framework or the approach of small islands in from Asian perspective? Do you have any comment about that?
Thank you for the question. I think, of course, I would like to say that ASEAN, of course, is systematic. So what you're looking at, you look at the policy approach, and then how we can support the member state from coordinating activities at the national level. And then, of course, we have expectations and the community. But the question here is technology and how to use technology to highlight the issue coming of the small island and how to become that prisoner can support small but local community small issues. And this is something that I said really doing. So if we look at the reason bank, we are not looking at the single bank, we're looking at some variety of policies and approaches. And so we're looking at the elements of the ecosystem. How we can reduce this company ecosystem and at the same time how we use this quality in the system to the family, to the community. So this is how we think of the perspective the asset. But of course, you need to support the private sector, which is mentioned before, and also the people who the end user actually the whole system of that support them. So I think that number one, we need to have think like and so how the people will affect it. So we have a small community, local community, but we see that really really community. That issue we have to use up and become the policy disaster, and therefore the issue that starts there. Number two, that we talk about data, monitoring, nobody know better than the people from Hong Kong. So regardless of what technology you're using, people there know exactly what to do. For example, then you want to hear from that. And technology can support them to bring up this discussion. And I think that regardless of the local community, people want to hear what is on one community that may not like other communities. And all of this one we been talking about one use application of technology, then harmonization of technology, and we perhaps said answer before harmonization, what the standard we will do. What is the best way to find what is how to like learn and then see that ASEAN that really go back and say and something. So this is the kind of model that said I think that the question.
Thank you very much for the answer. And gentlemen, we do want to have another question. Thank you very much for this nice opportunity for me. I'm Ali from Private University, Indonesia. So we are talking about the plastic pollution in the ASEAN country. It's not merely about pollution issue, but it is about the governance, economic infrastructure, and also behavioral. So the most effective response combines upstream prevention and midstream collection and recycling and downstream coastal ocean interception supported by strong regional cooperation. So actually cleaning the beach and research on study of the sea it will be nothing to do if we do not concern about how to manage the plastic in the land base. So it's not actually a question, but it's I will just add more information according to our experience in the field. Thank you. Thank you very much for the information and the information of the speakers. I think you're right. Thank you very much. We share the same idea about that. Yes, sir.
Because I think this is a combined design. I think that somebody said that how we are doing, looking at how to address the root cause of the managing. It's not companies called how we address it at the sea level on the beach. We are talking about where it comes from and how we address it. But I think that I want to mention about illegal change. If the people and the producer change the produce and produce the requirement, then we are something different. Use the environment address lot of and thank you for that. Showing that we are going up the same direction, I think is very positive effect on the ASEAN.
Okay, regarding the project, we have heard five interesting presentations from this IMO nationals. And why do you think that? Just awareness rising campaign is not sufficient. Why do you think so? And actually, you see, like even in Asian countries, we have a lot of awareness raising the campaigns at the moment, and it's not very efficient. We have to raise nothing to agree with that, and the reason why. And if this gives me some idea.
Thank you. And maybe also a little bit echoing to the last person who made a comment, and also Director here who kind of covered my point. Yes, behavior change can be a bit more upstream way of addressing plastic pollution, not necessarily waste management, but how can we change the way we consume plastic. And the reason why, and going back to Professor Duke's question on why information campaign is not enough and what's the difference maybe between the behavior change and information campaign, is that behavior change is more rooted in the psychosocial background in the community routine. So we really have to understand the people we are targeting, what drives them, what's important to them, what's sometimes even like a value that they have. So that we tap into it, and that will be more efficient in terms of the information campaign. So I'm not saying that the behavior change is completely different from the information campaign. I think there's a big overlap, and that's why sometimes it could be a little bit confusing to differentiate between the information campaign and behavior change campaign. But behavior change is a little bit more rooted on understanding the target audience and custom made the sort of message that we have to sort of disseminate. So I think it's more on that.
Yeah, but, another question is, how can we approach? Can we effectively implement the international policy? Is it easy? Do you have any idea about how to apply it as national policy?
Yes, thank you for the question. We're also asking ourselves that question. I just mentioned during my presentation that, breaking the plastic habit will have a phase 3 coming up. And in phase 3, we will take a kind of a year away from the pilot project, and we actually want to do more of a needs assessment, understanding, behavioral, change as a tool for policymakers. What's missing, what's understood currently, is there a need for capacity building? So phase 3 will go into more of policy making and how we can make behavior change as a useful tool, possibly. So it's a field that we are still exploring.
Okay, thank you very much. And I think that there should be like very good, it is a very strong like policies from all the ASEAN countries to put into like guys. And another question, I think I should have a question from which Jim because it's with the first online. And my question is, how can regional frameworks like COPSI and ASEAN be better like what do you think it is?
So I think the key is to see them as the complementary, not overlapping, basically. So ASEAN basically provides strong regional policy direction and political momentum, while COPSIC can help support our countries for the technical cooperation, implementation, and also regional sharing. So I think the priority is not to create something new, but to connect existing mechanisms better and use them more strategically. So say, for example, ASEAN can also share their initiatives and attend and join our working group meeting. And also we can also join their working group meeting to have the joint discussion, joint event all together, something like that.
Thank you very much for the answer. As we don't have much time left, so I think we should have very short last questions. And we continue this discussion during details now. Okay, so it is with everyone.
Thank you very much. My name is Yunita. I'm from Residential University in Indonesia. I guess the first is about the behavior scenes. I have an experience one that we trying to change the behavior of students. We start very small, I mean from the kindergarten even. This is not really give I mean give a good result, even we already do this in several years. And then another thing that we're trying to do at the time is trying to put it in the curriculum of the education. And because we cannot put it in the lower level, and we trying to put it at the university level. But in fact, that's not really easy thing. And now we will proceed to put it as a one subject in the curriculum of the university. Unfortunately, in my university, we already put it as a university subject. But yeah, this is just one private university in Indonesia. I believe it is good because it surely happens in all university. I just want to know about your experience. Maybe you will have an experience doing something or something in the education. Thank you.
Sorry, the last part of the question, can you repeat it? What is, if I have experience?
So you ever have the experience in doing a campaign or trying to do some action about the behavior change in education?
Thank you for the question. I'd like to actually invite Dr. Alyssa here, who is working on the environment, like University in Indonesia. She was a partner for the Labor Change project in Indonesia. So we would like to say a few words in
Yeah, of course, in ASEAN, it's not easy for leadership, but that time the pilot project only solves various policies fine. We have a social intervention in the campaign in the University of Indonesia. We have a specific target to reduce plastic straw that time. So how the students in the University of Indonesia change their behavior. So we apply 4 levels of behavior framework from REM, like choice architecture, like social influence, and then influence flow. So, but of course, when it comes to the scale up, it's a different story. We have to discuss more about this. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, the speakers for the willing to share the comments, share the information, analysis. And thank you very much, the audience. Sorry, we don't have much time for these conversations, but I hope that we can continue with the discussion during break time and the other 2 days of the conference. So, thank you very much again, and you move to the next program.
Yes, thank you very much. We can just for the discussion. Very kindly, as the photographer for take a group photo for session 1. Kindly invite on stage first. Yes. Group photo for session 1 here. Yes, 4 of you. Yes, yes. One, two, three. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Once again, 1, 2, 3. Smile. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Right. As we are running out of time, I'm sorry, we are finally, we will have maybe 10 minutes tea break and finally going back at the conference room at 4 p.m. But before that, we will have a group photo together here. We can request the member of organizing committee to guide everyone to the first floor where the event area of the photo. And we also ask for the cooperation in using there. Good or outside? Okay, outside. In the first floor. Okay, the first floor. Maybe put the organizer, the participants. You.
Anh khai pin trước rồi em có chọn cái là pin của Philippines. Cái này thì anh thấy là cái này đâu thì nha, cái này thì có xuống đây thì đâu cái nào
You see from. Yeah. I like. This one, I think will be in front of you. Wow. So you take what I do. You don't have any instructor. I agree. The second concept is all people. Only people especially the bike. The bike thing can be sticky. But don't understand. I don't know. I go out for this. Online. Maybe session 2 will be quick because the Christmas. But we also have to know the time.
Con vẫn mở đi trên này rồi.
Giờ đây em hoàn thành tạo chung cái ảnh kỷ niệm cảnh.
Can you change the backdrop for some people who doesn't take memory or photo?
Okay, 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 okay.
Yes, thank you.
Như là em có thể. Security. Security.
As conscious listeners, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to kindly invite all participants to return to the room as the program will resume shortly. Thank you.
Masing-masing. Jangan tanya aku, belum saya lihat. Paraya nggak bisa. Udah masih ada. Pasti udah ada. Kan harus saya lagi belum.
Return to the shortly. Thank you. Resources, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back, and I hope you had a refreshing break. So we will now proceed with the session 2 about national policy and initiatives by ASEAN countries to reduce marine plastic pollution. This session will present national perspective and recent progress from Vietnam, Cambodia, the Philippines, and Vietnam. To moderate the session, it is my pleasure to invite Dr. Arisman, Executive Director, Center for Southeast Asian Studies. Dr. Arisman, you have the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's a bit challenging because very sleepy, but I try to make it more effective because all the speakers is from the government. We have 4 distinguished speakers. This is Nguyen, T. Hoc Nguyen, Department of Science, Technology and International Cooperation, Vietnam Agency, CSEAS Island, Ministry of Agriculture and Environment, Vietnam. And then the second one, Mr. Tik Topananilik, the Deputy General Director of Nature Protection Area Ministry of Environment in Cambodia. The third one will join online, Ms. Pararin Pani, Biodiversity Research Specialist, Ministry of Nature Resources and Environment of Thailand. And then this is one of the important one, Ms. Bariklo Rusaida Ladirit, Assistant Director of Biodiversity Management Bureau, Department of Environment and Resources Philippines, and also Chair of ASEAN Working Group on Coastal and Marine Environment. I would like to start with Vietnam. Please, Ms. Nguyen, you are here. Okay.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to attend this conference today and have a chance to share with you some the initiative to review marine plastic pollution in Vietnam. Despite many efforts, but however, Vietnam is currently facing some challenges relating to plastic waste management due to rapid world population growth and as well as changes in consumption pattern. There is some important challenges that we have to take that are plastic consumption, reduction, and recycling of plastic waste have not been implemented effectively. And the volume of plastic waste is increasing, especially waste from disposable plastic, product and solid waste that comes from. And also there is some regulation on EPR and packaging design, recycling, as well as waste treatment are still in the early stage of the implementation. So it's very essential for the waste collection and something a sort is graduate, especially in audience area, in remote areas. Plastic waste recycling activity has been spontaneous, especially we seeing focus on high value scrap, and all of this leading to the pressure on recover and treat plastic waste in those domestic solids. For the government, we already have developed how to say the structure in two levels. As national level, we as the Ministry of the Agriculture and Environment is responsible for the coordinating solid waste management and plastic waste with as a ministry like MOIT, the Ministry of Industry and Trade, and at the local level, in province of the people community of province and city play a central role in waste management and also the rules enforcement. In Vietnam, most of the ministry and province already they already have approved their action plan as well as project and program and many activity on plastic to implement the national action plan for marine plastic. Currently, there is a Vietnam team have no comprehensive report on the quality as well as composition of plastic waste related to the sea. We have many report and research, but still not have a complete one. Vietnam also cooperating with many country and international organizations to enhance capacity to reduce plastic waste as well marine plastic pollution. Yes, please. We already get some important results and in 2019, the government already approved the National Action Plan on Marine Plastic Beverage, and on this National Action Plan already sets the ambitious measurable targets of 2 areas. And that is five specific objectives that we want to achieve. That's the first one is we aim to reduce marine plastic, and the second that we try to make no plastic in any. And the third is we want to collect a loss of this fishing year. And the fourth is not use single plastic in tourist site. And the final, we do regularly for 5 years, we make a assessment of the current situation of plastic. And it's integrated in the national state of the marine environment report. Next, please. Many activities have been implemented. So in Hanoi last year, the people committee already approved the roadmap to reduce plastic emission. Hanoi would like to implement this action plan and roadmap in the city center. That we call this the ring road plan, and the plan already set some very specific and timeline. So before 2021, before 2025, we implement all of the activity are implemented in pilot and bringing awareness. And from 2020 and 26, we begin the banning single-use plastic. Here, you can see some lines, some plans that we can apply for hotel tourism from 2026 for some usable plastic products, and from 2027 for market and convenience store. We must use issues of free plastic bag, and to in 2029, 28. This will be applied for all the public agencies for single-use plastic and non-removable plastic, include plastic bag or container of packaging. And from the 2031, this roadmap and this plan will be applied to the whole city. In fact, that was support from the government, also from the international organizations, many activity, many projects already implemented in the national wide, and there is many positive results. And the first is we can see the plastic smart city apart. This is a project that's implemented by WWF and our agency and this project already make a significant contribution to the implementation of our lab. And there is many local model already implemented and sharing in more 10 provinces and cities in Vietnam. They also conduct many research and organize technical workshops on circular economy, especially in EPR. Yes. For the MPA, we also develop and implement some activity that in most of these activity that will focus on the managing fishing here in Brazil, and the second that we want to reduce single-use plastic, and the third is we manage the communication. For the APR, many pilot is already successful, especially in Cham Island, Kuala Cham, and Koh Tao and Phu Quoc Island. In fact, that some other provinces like Quảng Ninh and Đà Nẵng, and they already banned tourists from beginning plastic in 2019 and 2025, 22 and 2020. Next, please. For the tourists, green tourists, we in fact that Vietnam Tourism Association already issued the green criteria to guide the business as well as the tourist destination to voluntarily participate in reducing plastic waste. And we also implement some campaign for tourists and fishermen to bring waste ashore. They during the trip they will collect the plastic waste and they bring back to the shore and there. Like in Phú Yên, Đà Nẵng, and Thừa Thiên Huế. Like ASEAN country, Vietnam also piloting the multi-recovery facility. There is 3 main facilities now one is Korean facility by the Norwegian government and supported by UNDP in Vietnam. And the second one in Ho Chi Minh City facility supported by UNDP Vietnam. And the third is model in Bunachan Island. It's a community-based initiative. And one of these MRA is promoting the very much integrated waste management model. And it involves the community in that area, especially in the islands. Yes, and they also promote the value chains. As a project is a plastic reborn project implemented by the Renewable and Recycle C project, implemented in 4 years from 2021 to 2025. And this project already have a support for more than 3,000 women informal workers in last week by support and training for them to recycle plastic waste. Yeah, with the support from many international organizations, we also get some publication. This publication already support the policy development for the national agency as well as the COVID agency. Yes, please. Yes, for the education, marine plastic and waste management already integrated in our informal system in Vietnam as O level. And here you can see that the ASEAN Eco School with the goal for the not only for minimize plastic waste but also creating green clean. And this model is already developed in many schools in Vietnam, and our ministry, the Ministry of the Agriculture and Environment, they award this for annually. Yes. So you can see that we have already actively and progressively promoting the management and reduction of plastic waste, but we still have many challenges. And here we set some key strategies we need to promote and develop in some coming years. Now, we will introducing and managing the plastic product. As the first step, we have packaging in some major cities like in Hanoi and Da Nang or Ho Chi Minh City. Now, our ministry revise and we are amending the law of environmental protection. And this law will be submitted to the parliament end of this year. For the circular economy and recycling, we also want to promote toward the sustainable production and consumption, and as well as want to promote the green lifestyle. For the EPR, some specific regulation relating to EPR already integrate with the law on environment protection. And we hope that we will develop one degree to implement that. Yeah, we also want to develop the recycling industry. So maybe medium and small company and business they can solve the plastic waste. And for the biodegradable bags and plastic alternative, I think that we will support. They will get more support and from policy, so they can develop more alternative for plastic. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mrs. Huang. Thank you for excellent presentation. Now I would like to call the next speaker, Mr. Philip. from Cambodia, please, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone, and on behalf of Ministry of Environment of Cambodia, I would like to share some activity and some data that Cambodia had for so far to combat with the plastic pollution, especially in the coastal area. And I have strict content for my presentation, and I will follow by the introduction. Cambodia have more than 400 kilometers of line with 4 provinces in the coastal area. We have Hong Kong, Resiano, Kampong, and Kang province. And as the coastal area, the ecosystem and the coastal fishery, shoreline protection, carbon deforestation, and tourist livelihood. But they are increasingly threatened by land-based pollution from urban, from industrial and agricultural source. The topic 2 is the status of plastic waste in coastal area in Cambodia. So with the survey in the coastal area, we found that microplastic in Kampong, mangrove, and compost geographic bed, we found 120 to 350 particle per kilogram of sedimentation. This is the study in 2023, and the density and polymer analysis identify polyethylene and polypropylene as the most common type, reflecting land-based consumer waste. Modeling conducted by the UNEP also in 2022 estimate that Cambodia contribute approximately 10,000 tons per year of plastic waste into the sea, mostly via river discharge during the wet season, because we have a lot of river connected to the sea. Also, coastal town produce approximately 0.75 kilograms of solid waste per capita per day, with plastic accounting for 60 to 70% of the coastal litter. This is a study by Ministry of Environment of Cambodia, which released in 2023. River plastic transport is particularly concerned. There are some river we call Eastern Kampot and Great River collectively discharge around 3,000 tons of plastic waste annually into the sea. This is the data on the 2 rivers, but we have more river in and connected to the sea. This is the solid waste generate of whole country. It's around 4 million tons per year, with 20% of plastic. This is the data of MOE in 2021. So you can see the data from 2008 until 2020 is start from 3.7 billion to 4.78 billion per year. And this is the some activity that Cambodia did so far. So we collect the waste from various facility and then collect through the open dump inside. But now some province we have certainly landfill already, but still some province we have only open dump inside like this. And we also conduct the environmental eco school program. So all until now, it's almost every school in the country join the environmental eco school program in the whole country. And we also conduct the environmental day and coastal cleanup. So every stakeholder from school, from university and private sector also join the environmental day and clean up not only the coastal area but in the whole country, especially the public area. And also Cambodia is joined the environmental sustainable city program with all ASEAN countries, I think, as you know. This is the some experience of recycling the plastic waste that is we conduct so far. But however, the number of the recycling is still very limited. Is according to the study, is the recycling plastic waste is now it's around 20% only in the whole country. Complete four is the policy and regulation. So far, Cambodia have environmental and natural resource law. The government approved to use in 1996, but from 2023, Ministry of Environment have approved a new code we call Environment Natural Resource Code that define national environmental monitoring system and the data portal. And with the law that we have so far, so we have the subcommittee on water pollution control, and this subcommittee is set equivalent and marine water quality standard. And we have a subcommittee on solid waste management that manage all kinds of solid waste in Cambodia. And we have a subcommittee on plastic waste management. This subcommittee is set to reduce import, produce, and distribute of plastic waste in Cambodia. That is issued in 2017. And we have a circular strategy on environment. The circular strategy is also integrated marine litter and digital monitoring initiative. And we have a solid waste management strategy also that set from 2018 to 2030 is guide marine litter reduction and plastic source monitoring. And also we have a fishery law. And this law also includes pollution monitoring in the marine litter also. This is our challenge. So the first one is infrastructure. We know not have a waste management facility and rural area, especially in the coastal area. And the collection and recycling of plastic waste still limited. So as I mentioned, the recycling rate is around 20% only. The challenge, the other is law. So the law enforcement on plastic waste we have still limited, and the capacity to regulate plastic waste from illegal dumping inside the country and transparently. That is our challenge, and the other is economic and culture. People still want to use plastic bag because it is easy and cheap. And the other challenge is the research on the impact of the plastic and microplastic still in the country. This is the recommendation to reduce the plastic, not only in the coastal area, but I think it's in the whole country. So we have to strengthen the capacity and existing system on marine litter, and we need to form the technical team that include university, NGO partner, led by the Ministry of Environment, and we need the establish policy guideline, action plan, and regarding on marine litter and management. The provincial and national consultation workshop on marine litter and keeping the main plan to this issue and coordinating concern technical department, university students and local NGO who are interested on marine and coastal environment, and building common understanding on marine litter to educate on the public, environmental eco school program for coastal province. We also did an environmental sustainable city program. We also need to conduct more in the whole country. That is my presentation. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you so much. Yes, thank you so much. Now the next speaker, Ms. Farari from Thailand. Please, Ms. Farari.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Dr. Alyssa. And good to And yeah, first of all, I would like to give my appreciation to the organizer to give me an opportunity to share efforts to Thailand. Yeah, next slide, please. Next. Oh, okay. Yeah, to this data from pollution control that Thailand generates about 27 tons of solid waste each year, and in this become the plastic about 2 million tons, and only 25% is recycled, and it estimates that 34,000 to 51,000 tons that end up into our ocean. Please. And the money is the main threat to our still fishing and tourism sectors. We are the resource from the land base is about 70 to 80%. And the main pathway that carry all the debris to the ocean or to our Gulf of Thailand and the major rivers. Next, please. Yeah, According to Department of Marine and Coastal Resources report in 2025, we found out that a total of 83 cases of 1,800 tons of floating debris that record from the 5 major rivers that enter to the Gulf of Thailand. And also this 3 and 30% the debris was a plastic. There is impact to our indigenous organism also. It's about 25% of the standard animal that impact by the marine debris. The sea turtles were the most affected. It's about 180 individuals that impact by the or ingestion of the marine debris. I think we have to go back to, yeah, okay, thank you. Also, ecosystem survey about 152 stations and found that 1,000 pieces of debris in Colombia. That's the source of the marine debris from fishing and boating activity is calculated about 60%. Yeah, next please. And when we talk about our policy and framework, the Thailand BCG strategy or biocircular green strategy is the engine regional commitment to the Bangkok Declaration on combating marine debris. And we are aligning our national efforts with the ASEAN Regional Action Plan by standardizing our PCR or post-consumer responsibility certification and 3R, reduce, reuse, recycle frameworks, and also to with the broader national development strategy. At the national strategy is 20 years from 2018 to 2030. We set the direction toward environmental friendly growth and sustainable development. And also we collectionize to the 13 national economic and social development plan. It's a 6-year plan which emphasizes transitioning Thailand into a high value and sustainable economy. Key support this transition is the biocircular green economy model. And then the plastic, under this model, the plastic is treated as a resource to promote an innovation to convert waste into the value-added products. Next, please. And to translate circular economy to the national initiative, we advance plastic circularity that can be implemented across different stages. The value chain start from design, produce, distribute, use, collect, and sorted, and finally the recycle to be a new product. And at a nation to ensure the implementation of a coming EPR scheme for plastic is key to rising domestic recycling rate and improving the recycling without waste import. Next, please. Our national on plastic waste limit from 2018 to 2013 have successfully navigated phase 1 already to ban several items like capsules or microbeads, and now we are currently in phase 2 from 2023 to 2027 to with the review on the lesson from phase 1, we focus on basic 3Rs, reduce, use, and recycle, but for phase 2, we integrate the full life cycle of plastic to eco design and circularity. Our goal is to move on waste toward a no plastic future, where waste is treated as a resource, not a pollutant. Next, please. And our national policy was stabilized by the Pollution Control Department to translate policy into action. Thailand is developing a range of plastic waste management tools. First, we're working on classification and specification of plastic products, which helps regulate production and improves recyclability. And second, we are establishing criteria and standards for plastic packaging, including certification system for products using post-consumer recycled materials. And the third, a key policy under development is the Sustainable Packaging Management Act, which aims to strengthen regulatory mechanisms across the life cycle of packaging in parallel. And also we promote investment in compostable plastic and circular economic industry to encourage private sector participate and develop innovation. And we also have a pilot initiative and partnership to multi-stakeholder partnership. For example, in Chonburi, the backpack project that involves collaboration among agencies, sector, and 50 partners to improve plastic recovery system. And in Got that we work with the Coca-Cola Foundation to support the private sector to promote sustainable tourism and reduce plastic leakage into the marine environment. And also in Rayong, the public-private partnership are implemented to strengthen waste management infrastructure. And very recently, one in Koh Tao, there are several organizations that we focus on the community-based that support by local authority, NGO, and international organizations like CSEAS to help the site. Okay, and next please. And Thailand is pushing forward with effort to adopt an extended producer responsibility or EPR scheme for packaging, advocating for producers to take responsibility for end-of-life collection and recycling of consumer packaging waste. The scope of this scheme will include plastic, the sustainable packaging management that we expected will release at the end of this year. Yeah, next please. When we look to the T, it's clear that our ambition is high, but the progress remains still not certified yet. Like our target to achieve 100% recycling of plastic waste and fully close the loop reflect a strong commitment to a circular economy. However, still a lot of gap that persists. And also for the infrastructure perspective, collection rates and logistics system are still below expectation. And the law enforcement is progressing but remain in the process of strengthening to ensure full compliance. And also in for sector that there are a significant role in waste collection and segregation, but still remain unregulated. And we also would like to promote the household separation to continue to be a key challenge in order to get the zero waste in the future. Next, please. And also, Thailand is advancing the implementation of EPR through the pilot initiatives. In parallel, the ban on plastic scrap imports, which is entered into force in January this year, aim to promote the utilization of domestically generated plastic waste and to strengthen The integration of informal sector recognizing its important role in waste collection and segregation, as well as its contribution to improving resource recovery efficiency. And we also look ahead for the ASEAN Regional Action Plan Phase 2 that will continue to enhance regional collaboration and collective effort to combat marine debris. Next, please. And also we can put the protection of the ecosystem biodiversity can go hand in hand with the economic innovation through the BCG model and our share as ASEAN framework, and then we can combating to the plastic pollution. Next, please. And also Thailand established a lot of legislation, technological and economic foundation to transition from linear disposal to circular value by replacing fragmented action with integrated policy framework, and we are building a replicable model for marine protection. I think this my last slide. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Parani, for Thailand. Now, the last one, Mr. Balik Lo from Philippines, please. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, everyone. Are you still with all of us here? I certainly hope so. We have been hearing resonating things. I will not say they are all the same. They are similar, but different in every context. All these to say that we have a shared responsibility in this topic that we are talking about, and so many others like us. So good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marilo Laliri. I'm the Deputy Director of the Biodiversity Management Bureau of the Department of Environment and Natural Resources. Today, I will be sharing with you the Philippines' national policies and initiatives to address marine plastic pollution from land-based sources to the ocean. So firstly, please allow me to give you a little context about the country where I'm from. I know that many of you know the Philippines for being a great source of video and karaoke singers. But in addition to that, there's actually a lot more to us than that. We are the apex of the Coral Triangle region. We have a little less than half of what our Indonesian brothers and sisters have in terms of islands. 7,641. We have around 37,000 kilometers of coastline, and depending on whether you want to count Greenland as a sovereign state or, as part of Denmark, it could be the fifth or the sixth longest coastline in the world, the Philippines has. And so all these statistics to say that we are obviously a pelagic country, and we are also a mega biodiverse country. And with that number of islands, extensive coastline, the majority of our population lives along coastal areas. Our development, livelihoods, food security, aspirations, dreams, inspiration, etc. are very deeply tied to the ocean. Now the next succeeding slides will show you the hydrodynamic modeling that we have derived from partner scientists to show and to demonstrate the connectivity of the Philippines, of course, of the other countries around us as well, as far as the seas are concerned. So here on the screen is the Sulu-Sulawesi connectivity, may be of interest to our ASEAN member states, south of us and west of us, so there's Indonesia, as well as Malaysia, Thailand, and the next would be specifically, next slide please, the Indonesian seas connectivity. So as you can see, these hydrodynamic models show us the movement of tides and currents, or in accordance with the wind and so on, and general climate patterns. Again, all these to say how truly interconnected we are. Next slide, please. And here is our South China Sea connectivity. This is where the Philippines is very well connected to Vietnam, obviously. You know, I remember 30 plus years ago when I was just a budding environmentalist and I was picking up pieces of trash, plastic trash along the coast for coastal cleanup. And I would look at the labels at the bottom. And I would see Vietnam, I would see Malaysia, and I was very, very upset. You know how very myopic, very short-sighted one's view could be. If I don't want to take responsibility for my own trash, I could very well ascribe it to some other country. Obviously, that has changed over time, fortunately. But the thing about every new young person picking up trash for the first time and doing the exact same thing, it's very easy for us to think that this is not our problem, we are not the source of the problem, but somebody else is. And then you have this to show you that you are not very correct. Next slide, please. So, could you please put on the video? Okay. So this is a more detailed hydrodynamic model that is actually used to demonstrate larval exchange. So this is really used by the scientists to demonstrate how coral reef and coral larvae would be spawned and broadcast distributed to different parts of the world via the ocean, as well as fish larvae, and all other marine life, of course, planktonic at its early stages, where they could be distributed everywhere. But of course, this kind of information is also very important for us to do work in plastic pollution. Because obviously it's not just the larvae of fish, it's not only the good things that get drifted along the currents and tides and waves of the world's ocean. So for those of you who may be interested in the work that has been done on this, we're looking at the published work of these scientists, and we'd be happy to share it with you. So again, all these to say how highly interconnected we are through ocean currents, monsoon systems, larval exchanges, etc., as well as plastic pollution, as well as oil spill and others. So this means that, as we have been saying since, I guess, beginning of this conversation today, pollution does not remain within national boundaries, obviously. So it moves across ecosystems as well as countries. Next slide, please. So here we see that with varying monsoons, there will be different patterns as well. So one could anticipate indeed where the accumulation would be depending on the month of the year. So this could be useful for those who are, doing some kind of preventative work, and anticipating where plastics or any other pollutants could end up there, depending on the time of the year. So, next slide, please. Here as well. So earlier, I heard someone mention sources and sinks. So if you're into coral study, you will know that coral reefs would either be sources, they are the source of larvae, and they could be sinks. And depending on what their characteristics are, you could create management plans whereby sinks would be more vulnerable because they don't necessarily, or they're not necessarily able to generate their own larvae, so they are dependent on sources. And if you have management plans, then you have to take these things into consideration. Again, marine pollution can hitchhike into these conversations, into these management plans, for it to be better anticipated and intercepted. Next slide. But at the background of all this is this repeated reference to the Philippines as the #1 ocean polluter in the world. Now, this is a contest that no one wants to win. But please hear me out as to why, we actually really want to share the dubious distinction with our neighbors. And part of that is that the information cited by the World Bank is largely, of course, informed by global studies, which have been instrumental in the understanding of marine plastic pollution at the global level. And so for the Philippines, the latest data then available were from as early as 2008 and still evolving. And as a result, these figures are best understood as model-based approximations rather than precise measurements of actual plastic leakage. And since then, the Philippines has taken itself to task. There's really no point in arguing, right? No one wants to take the #1 slot anyway. So, okay, we have it. And we have strengthened our data systems over time. We've included it in our national solid waste management status reports. And moving forward, we would like to integrate more recent ground-based data sets into global assessments, which will help ensure that our shared understanding and our responses are as accurate, targeted, and effective as possible. But as a sidebar, the Philippines is not only #1 here, we're also #1 in the World Risk Report. And it's been so for the past 3 years, I think. So it's very challenging. And the work that we do here is obviously something that we take very seriously. Next slide, please. Especially, next slide, please. Okay. Yeah, so these are the studies that have been the source of this information over the years. Next slide. So the threats to the Philippines blue economy, now that we bring this into the family of terminologies, more plastic pollution is part of a broader set of threats to the Philippines blue economy. Of course, this would include biodiversity loss, climate change impact, and fragmented ocean governance. Plastic pollution amplifies these risks, and it affects fisheries, tourism, and coastal resilience, as repeatedly shown by previous speakers. Next slide, please. So here are our 4 national laws, and so we have established a policy foundation to address plastic pollution. The key laws include the Ecological Solid Waste Management Act of year 2000 and the EPR, or the Extended Producer Responsibility Act, which was passed in 2022. So these are supported by the National Action Plan on Marine Litter, our Philippine Development Plan, Philippines Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, aligned with the Kunming Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework, specifically targets 7 and 3, and various local government initiatives to regulate single-use plastics. And so this is a snapshot of what happens to household waste in the Philippines. In coastal areas, plastic waste derived ranges from 0.05 to 0.1 kilogram per person per day, with plastics making up 23% and 30% of waste. Only 10 to 20% is recyclable, and the segregation compliance range is very big, and that is between 0% to 94%. So while most areas have high collection coverage up to even 97%, there are many gaps that remain, with some households lacking regular services. Common litter includes sachets, those little things where shampoo, soap, toothpaste, whatnot come in. And an interesting study on that, according to the major producers of these items globally, they say that this is an invention for their products to be accessible to the poor, because in fact, they say that on a per milliliter basis, items that come in sachets cost lower than those that are bulk bought. But I argue that actually, when you buy these little things, there's a greater tendency for you to use it all up in one go. So if you were to use, for example, 20 ml with sachets, you would probably use a little bit less if you were deriving it from a larger source. But that's just my theory. Maybe someone might wanna study that, because I don't believe that these companies will create a business model where they lose money. And the other thing is, in terms of distribution, a lot of these small stores that we call in the Philippines sari-sari stores, which is basically just anything and everything that you can sell, would sell these little things and not the bulk bought items. No, I have not seen regular Filipino comfort sari-sari stores take out like a liter or 2 liters of shampoo. It will always be these little things. So in terms of perhaps on a per milliliter basis, it would cost less, a little less. But in terms of accessibility, that is definitely so much more accessible. And therefore, this translates in all these problems that we have in the country as far as plastics are concerned. So despite these challenges, however, Filipinos are up to being included in coastal cleanups, where 98% actually demonstrate strong community action. So that's the plus side of it. Next slide, please. So since the passing of the EPR law, it has made meaningful but still uneven progress. So the latest available EPR recovery figures are as follows. 56% of national plastic waste recovery or diversion rate, exceeding the 40% target for 2025, and around 246 million kilograms of plastic waste so far since 2022 has been diverted through EPR programs. Recovery performance, 56.3% flexible plastics and 55.6% rigid plastics. At the moment, there are 1,017 registered EPR entities implementing a variety of recovery systems nationwide. Okay. In addition, we have a national plan of action on marine litter, and the strategies are grouped into key areas to address marine litter holistically. It builds science-based data, strengthens policy and LGU or local government unit capacity, and ensures financing and institutional support. It focuses on prevention through circular economy and reducing waste usage, while also managing existing marine litter and improving recovery and recycling systems. Also, we are pushing for the passing of the Blue Economy Bill, as well as the Integrated Coastal Management Bill, which refers to the rich to reef approach and natural resource and ecosystem-based management framework. So in the context of marine plastic pollution, ICM, this is particularly important because it allows us to clearly trace and manage the full pathway of plastics from land-based sources, and also heard this talked about earlier, through urban drainage systems, river networks, and ultimately into coastal and marine environments. So moving forward, the Philippines supports stronger regional cooperation. for all the reasons that I mentioned earlier. As chair of the AWGCFD this year, we're committed to pushing for marine spatial planning. This is part of the operationalization of the ASEAN Blue Economy Framework and the development of a post-2025 marine debris action roadmap. So these efforts recognize that addressing marine plastic pollution requires alignment across countries, sectors, and even value chains. And finally, while the Philippines is frequently highlighted in global rankings, these are based again on modeled estimates of mismanaged waste rather than direct measurements of marine leakage. And they do not fully capture systemic drivers such as infrastructure gaps, rapid urbanization, and climate related to flooding. So addressing marine plastic pollution therefore requires system-level solutions such as improving waste management, redesigning packaging, and strengthening producer responsibility, and not just to rely on country-level labeling that oversimplifies a complex transboundary issue. So again, don't get me wrong, we're not protesting. We know that we have a big problem, but we just would like to caution when it's placed in that context where you have global rankings and the methodology of how these numbers are derived is actually even more important than the outcome. And with that, again, I'd like to thank you all. And we really would like to look forward to a time when we would have, many reasons to celebrate our collective effort in keeping our shared ocean clean. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Did you join again for the session? So from Cambodia, Vietnam. Yeah, I think in addition, I would like to give opportunity, especially for the participants already travel to High Kong. And then please make sure your questions, because in front of us is a policy makers. So if you ask about more technical, maybe tomorrow. So based on the presentation from 4 countries, I take note there is like Vietnam already have a national action plan and Philippines plan of action, Cambodia roadmap. So I believe in ASEAN all the regulation and the document is already complete. So my provocative question to all distinguished speakers, especially for the policymakers, because like here in Vietnam, Vietnam have a very ambitious target 75% by 2030. The same like Indonesia, we also the same like Vietnam 70%. So maybe my question is for all the speakers from ASEAN countries, how to ensure your regulation, because I believe in this forum, we try to bring science to policy. I am very interested with the model from Philippines, but I also agree, not quote campaign anymore. So there's a lot of study already updated there. It's not about rank, it's about how we find the solution. That's why ASEAN come up with not blaming Philippines, Indonesia, but we have to work together, regional effort, I agree. So maybe I start with Vietnam, how to ensure and what gap do you think still needed, like because I believe in the national level, regional level, you already have a lot of policy for waste management, EBR Act, National Plastic Action Partnership supported by UNDP. So I think almost everything. So what from your perspective, do you think still need more improvement? Thank you, please.
Yes, I think that the goal and the objective is quite ambitious. But we believe that now our government they spend a lot of the effort and support for the agency, also for the community, because during that time, last few years now we get more support from, especially from the international organizations. And we develop more of the model in many islands in Vietnam during from the central Vietnam, because we have very long coast. And more of the model and pilot, the model is very successful, like Cù Lao Chàm and Phú Quốc, and Hạ Long Bay also. And that I already present in my presentation. Yeah. And you know that I think that in some I think in 3 months coming, we reconstruct the thing again for the management structure like our agency. We make still not decided, but almost decide that the agency of Sea Island will emerge with the agency of the fishery. And I think for the marine beverage, we have more, how to say, resources to do the marine plastic issue. Yes.
Okay, thank you. Maybe from Cambodian perspective, the same question. What do you think?
Yes, thank you for Cambodian. We so far we have a lot of law and regulations, but the important thing is how to enforce the law. We don't want to push people with our law and regulation, but the way that we conduct today is we provide education to the public, especially to the school children. So every environmental department in each province in Cambodia, so they go to the school and go to Baluta to educate this children. As you know, in the slide of my presentation, we have a lot of slogans on the West Malaysia and plastic. Like today we don't use plastic or something like that. So until now, almost all the schools in the country they join this campaign. So every children they know very well. Today we don't use the plastic. It's our very popular student. And also the Ministry of Environment now we step up to another step. We provide some facility to the school and to the public to collect the plastic waste. So from the education and then we provide the facility, and next step we will enforce our law and regulations. So this is what the Ministry of Environment of Cambodia.
Yeah, thank you. The enforcement, yeah, okay. Now Thailand still here, okay. Mrs. Parari, what do you think about why it's not workable all the regulation of the in ASEAN countries from Thailand perspective? Because Thailand was declaration for commenting my in 2019, right? In Bangkok declaration. Now it's already, I think, almost 8 years, 7 years on.
Well, you mean that how the Bangkok Declaration can help state for the LNDB?
Yeah, the question is, since the regulation is already in place, so how to enforce the regulation like CPR, like circular economy, waste management, like PR.
Yeah, as we mentioned, because of the framework and the Bangkok Declaration, it's like our framework for the operation in Thailand, especially in Thailand, that we can, how to say, like actually there are a number of law and regulation about the cleanliness, about the solid waste, but we still have a lot of challenge. Even though up to now we don't have mandatory or the law and in regulation, we will start have it, I think, at the end of this year or the early of next year about the what we call the EPR or Sustainable Packaging Management Act. This is will be the first one that emphasis on the plastic management. And however, we try to see that it's not successful to, but because of the maybe the municipal or the organization to take care on past the what we call waste management. They don't have enough facility or don't have ability, and also people don't have much awareness on the segregation of the waste. And the final one is about the investment or the industry. They produce the product that is difficult to recycle. That's why we would like to use the sustainable packaging management scheme to help facilitate our plastic waste management that aim to finish the zero waste of target plastic at the to 2030. And if we can translate or we can transfer from the waste to be resources, and then with the help of the informal sector to segregate and distribute the recycled product, go to the recycling facility, and also people help the municipal by segregate the waste at household. I think we can achieve our
Thailand. The last one for you, Philippines.
Very many things in my mind. But I'd like to mention the behavioral change approach that was mentioned earlier. A lot has been talked about and shared the same problems, but I think every ASEAN country, member state would have their respective theories of change that would derive from, our unique culture, the way we view things in general. So, for example, in the Philippines, you have, and I'm sure it's not unique, but you have individuals or groups that exchange for plastics collected by children with rice, for example. And so for that particular context, it would work. And for EPRs, you would have multinationals going to women's groups, for example, in the coastal areas, which by the way, 60%, at least 60% of our municipalities are coastal. So that's huge. That's more than 50% of our population by the coast. So the different, styles, different approaches, and I also would like to mention indigenous cultures. What did they do before plastics? And a lot of that has been silenced. A lot of them have been co-opted by the addiction to plastics and basically ask them to abandon previous ways of doing things, of wrapping things, for example. So I see a resurgence of that. In social media or my work takes me to different places of the country quite often, and I see a resurgence of these practices. So I'm really counting on those. But at the same time, I work with government, international government, so obviously we have to stake in the discussion on plastics treaty, in the production of plastics, and the utilization of more petroleum for new plastics and things like that. In other words, it's a multi-pronged approach to this multi-dimensional problem. And I'm sure that people are collating information, toolkits, whatnot, all over the world. And what this could lead to is for us to exchange more stories, see how we can all actually get away from this. Of course, the laws will help. Of course, enforcement is also necessary. But it's really coming down to behavioral preferences and display of our behaviors.
Yeah, due to the out of time, I will give an opportunity for the participant to ask questions. I would like to not conclude, but I really understand from the government perspective because you work also with the government like this project, ASEAN. Of course, we work closely with all the ministry related. Maybe from Vietnam, Cambodia, Philippines, and Thailand. I also understand that some of limitation like resources, infrastructure, local culture or context you mentioned. But when it comes to these transboundary issues like plastic, very plastic pollution, the one you showed over there, so I think, yeah, that's why this kind of project like national will fit in because need a regional solution. We don't blame the plastic packaging from Indonesia, Philippines, and Thailand, but because plastic they don't have passport to enter other country, right? So that's why again according to the chair, multidimensional. So I think we can solve by this afternoon solution. But maybe I just want to touch about the coordination because like in the case of Indonesia, we have a Ministry of Ocean, we have a Ministry of Environment, it's application now among ministry coordinate is also another challenging part. Because like in Indonesia context, we have a Ministry of Maritime. And then in the current president, no more. So this is like, yeah, change the policy as well. So I think maybe also the same like Vietnam, yeah, you restructure the Ministry of Agriculture and Environment as well. I don't know if it will be. So again, I don't want to conclude. We can have a more discussion outside. I would like to please give a big applause for all the distinguished speakers. Thank you so much for all of this.
Thank you very much. The speakers and moderator kindly invite on stage to take a picture together. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Oh, 1 p.m. Okay. 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 Thank you very much, Karisma, for the insightful and productive discussion. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now continue with session 3, research gaps and needs to address marine plastic pollution in Asia. Session 2 explores key research gaps that may hinder more effective measures and provide a foundation for future collaboration. To lead this session, it's my pleasure to invite Dr. Marianne Mosberg, research scientist at the Norwegian Institute for Water Research. Dr. Mosberg, you have the floor. Thank you. Okay, so we are running very behind on time. So unfortunately, this session is going to be short quite substantially. So I'm going to be a very strict moderator and allow the speakers to have 5 minutes of the presentation of each if you manage. And I will be holding signs for you. There will not be any time for a Q&A today, but we will follow up on the discussion tomorrow. So in this session, we're going to hear about the research gaps and research needs in the ASEAN region. And we will hear presentations from our colleagues in the ASEAN 2 project from Cambodia and Vietnam. And before I hand the word to Dr. Han from BMU, I would like to encourage all participants to please be quiet, because it's quite disturbing when everyone is speaking at the same time as the presenters. I would also like to encourage the presenters to speak loudly so everyone online and in the room can hear you well. Okay, so I would like to kindly give the word to Dr. Han from Vietnam Maritime University. Good afternoon, everyone. So we are trying to make the hand schedule, so I don't know where it's at. Maybe I will count the mouse. So, okay, don't worry, you will hear that. So my presentation today is about from policy design to implementation. I can start looking at the plastic waste management in Vietnam. Our research doesn't just list the legal text, but we try to dive into the answer to the question why policy hasn't come to life. And we will go through 4 major presentations. First, for the data collection and process, we have built all the policies related to the waste management over nearly 10 years, and we use annual software in order to code and make the metrics for all the policies related to waste management. And among that, we have some focus. First, as you can see here, the data indicates that is focused on plastic waste group. You can see around 42 policy related to plastic waste. And marine debris we have like 36, and single-use plastic and nylon is about 24 policy. And for this number, we can see that we are facing plastic pollution, but what we are trying to do now is just how to cope with the waste instead of doing with the source of pollution. I mean, from the upstream or from the behaviors of the user. But this is the material and technical gap, as you see on the map. This limitation is evident in the fact that the recycled plastic only has 5 document dimensions. And the specific polymers such as ATP, etc., only range from 1 to 4 documents each. So this is quite a limited number, and this is a very important findings for our research. So the lack of specific identification of engineering plastic in legal documents makes the process of classification as soft and recycling difficult. because the lack of the clear material standards. So for the policy orientation and gaps, so in short, as you can see in the slide, Vietnam's current management model is prioritizing solving the problem of waste at the top. The lack of regulations on material competition and circularity makes the policy system still general. And it's not creating leverage or for the recycling or quality control or plastic material. The gap here, you can see in five document is the biggest area to the circular economy models in Vietnam. Next, we will look at the development of policy tools from 2008 until now. So for this graph, we divide on the whole process into three stages. The first one, 10 years from 2008 to 2018. It is the period of formation with low number of documents, mainly the administrative and information management measures. For the second phase, that is the rapid expansion. For 42 policy instrument recorded. So as you can see, in 2022, that is a time when the law on environmental protection has gone into force. So it caused a change in the number of policies throughout the world. Yes, and so with the structure of the policy instrument, so we are having so many measures, but it seems that the structure of development gap remain in the things that we are still lacking some environmental incentive, the tax, fees, instead of some common thing like setting the direction. So with the instrument here, you can see we still have so many measures for post-bill handling guidance, and then after that something like a subsidy or tax or some economic incentive. And the number here with the red number is for some specific types of plastic that we are still lacking the specific incentive. So after all the research, we have come up with some gaps that we found. The very important finding is that policy most often target midstream actors rather than other actors like upstream with the producer. And then upstream actors are very rarely mentioned in the policy, and the downstream actors appear only occasionally. And many policy texts do not clearly specify who will do that. So yes. So here the major forward gaps that we found. The first one is with upstream intervention, the limited economic leverage, no technical measures, and unclear accountability. So thank you for your listening, and then maybe we should have like a period to talk about that stuff now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Han. I will now give the word to Dr. Duan Stan Mi from the Institute of Science and Technology for Energy and Environment in Vietnam.
For the my presentation today, I thank Demand and ASEAN Group to give us the opportunity to have a study. And today I just present the results about the monitoring of dumping in the ICOM basin. It's a lack of the research in ICOM in Vietnam. So with the monitoring of plastic waste, we do from November 2024 until September 2025, but in this results we only show the results for 2 months in reason, dry reason and wet reason to have compared between the different type plastic waste. And what for the monitoring type of waste, we design the monitoring from the downstream, upstream to the downstream. But last year in Haiphong, only smaller than now because the development merging two city, Haiphong and Haiphong become Haiphong new one to each different. So the monitoring program is only in Haiphong, old Haiphong city, not new Haiphong city. And the methodology of my monitoring here is based on the event and exam record, and we have expert from the NEPA to guide us with three integrated survey method. The first visual observation, and the second is the mantan gas sampling, and the third is a river bank survey. And the completion of plastic waste classification, we based on the Thai and origin and define the nine group is a common in Haiphong, and in is a category of the composition of the plastic waste. And yes, the results we have to show the data is a graph of result in general. Here we see the most plastic waste on the river bank, and the first one is the observation on the river is the second, and the under the water is the left. And we find that in the rising is a dominant of the plastic waste in the natural. It is accounting for 55%, more than the rising plastic. So here we see the transportation mechanism hypothesis is the lower volume in the wet season. So then the heavy rain and the high rivers flow act as the mechanism to transport plastic waste further to downstream before to the sea. And we also find the hotspot here, the accumulation phase. So the rise season allow the waste to accumulate in the urban area, and river struck into lower flow velocity because the east is the plastic waste leave on the estuary the waste before to the sea. And we also see the detail of number in the distribution of type of plastic waste. Here is the top pollution. Here is plastic packing and line bag. So the thing is that after many incidents, why in the natural it still have a single use more than we hope or we try to read, but in the natural it is the data is different. So we have a compare with the 2022 the data from the World Bank, also monitoring in Haiphong cities. Is so you see that 2022 is a lower volume because maybe that's is a pandemic period, and the pressure of current now is more bigger than before the emergency. Okay, so the recommendation here is the management first priority control waste in fact at urban pollution hotspot like Tozao and like Chai River. And
is that we have and there should be the authority in the right system to prevent weapons to the city. And also recommend in the policy implementation. And further research, so see consequent studies focus on the transport pathway of microplastic. Also, for microplastic is one of pollution from plastic waste and long-term impact plastic waste to human health. So thank you for the.
Thank you so much, Dr. Smith. Now I will hand the microphone over to Dr. Chuan Kong from the Institute of Technology of Cambodia. Please, the floor is yours.
Yeah, very good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to address the on the plastic pollution in Cambodia by focusing on the research that we have done in the ASEAN group through the support by the members. So I will also skip some of the content, but focusing on ASEAN member ITC and related plastic research at ITC and also research that is our main talk. This bit on the number of the total plastic generated in Cambodia, annually about 546,000 pounds, and with the average and annual produced by people per 30 kilogram. And the main significant here is that we have 95% of the waste management of plastic in Indonesia. So this is for my just what is the majority is that monomaterial plastic. Two-thirds of the plastic stream is mostly is monomaterial and indicating high potential for recycling for the plastic. You will see this, and let's move to the ASEAN member that's supported by the ASEAN by the Norwegian Cooperation Project and called plastic building for using the plastic in the destination. So at IEC, our mandate is to build the river monitoring capacity, and the second is the mitigation planning for outcome number 1 and number 5. And of course, the collaboration and support by NIVA, Norwegian Institute for Research, Water Research, and CSEAS as well. And we focus mainly on our monitoring is the CO2 of Alyssa land. And core objective is to quantify, classify, and analyze spatial variation of the plastic in the river. So that's the method. I will not go here. So what we have completed successfully for the river monitoring for the state, in covering all the four seasons of the 3 rivers. One is the river, Siem Reap, and Kampong Klet, which is in the Siem province as well. So one of the significant that we have again from this also the capacity building and knowledge, not only the researchers, but we have more than 10 students and join to make that decision and also join the field work and learn about the methodology. Of course, there is the training provided by our expert from NIVA, and there is also exchange from ITC research to the Oslo as well. And low poly simulation we have done last year for the listing section on plastic pollution and monitoring in our annual scientific conference. And there are 5 published of the our article, and there are some organizing of the seminar for the students and also joined by NIVA during that visit as well. This one just the result highlighting that just the here is that we would like to show the what is the pollution dynamic in our tributary that we monitor. So in dry season, we notice that most of the plastic are converted at the downstream, 2 times compared to the rainy season. And midstream is composed of the direct consumer waste dominated in the midstream during the dry season. And with this season, also the plastic has been transported into the lake and water open for the environment. Highlight about the plastic research and also by IBC team. We have also some team working on awareness of plastic in the coastal area and the compound salt mine that to know how they understand the plastic. But what we have is that microplastic they have no idea. And some they allow the low oxide capture the plastic before it becomes open water. Lalu itu trying to get of the research. This one I get it from the plastic national memory Cambodia. So in 2040, if we do as business as usual, there will be increasing more of plus 67% of plastic waste. But if we change the system through our all the policy system and apply it effectively, so we can reduce the system by reducing up to 24% of the plastic. So to get in the research, the lack of monitoring data, transboundary crisis, and especially the analytical tool at the Institute of Technology as well, that we have a limited of the tool for, especially for microplastic that we are working on. I would like to move here just framework and methodology. That's what we need to do with strengthening scientific research. Because in Cambodia, the research on plastic really limited, as mentioned by Mr. Brian. And the policy translation would be related as what we already have in place. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you so much, Dr. Khan. And now finally, last but not certainly not least, last but not least, Professor Saray.
Thank you so much, Mariana, and trying to give a talk for the last. So my presentation will divide into 3 points. One is what we have done, research done, and some finding, and also the last key takeaways. I will sleep a lot, but I just want to tell you that we have a great team from Liba and all universities who done a lot of field work in Syria. So first, I would like to let you know that very first thing that plastic normally we separate from climate change, but with this figure, plastic is related to climate change because the fact that the plastic production increased and also temperature increased. And this is already Mr. Kong already highlighted, but I just want to mention that in Cambodia, urban area are very important to produce the plastic. And in literature review, we found that plastic issue is a big issue in Cambodia, and it come up with economic and urbanization. And also, like Mr. Sophia mentioned, in Cambodia, landfill is still open. And also, we have a lot of problem with like single-use plastic as well. In literature review, the past study focused on governance and solid waste management, and also they focus some on like knowledge, attitude, and practice. And also, study about knowledge, attitude, and practice are very important because it is very important for the country like Cambodia. And also, plastic. This is some finding from CSEAS. You can see that in 2022, 2025, 518 million pounds of waste produced, and half is in the urban area. So the urban area is a play very important to reduce waste. And you can see that the landfill side and the landfill side and the waste quantity is not related. That means that even more waste, but we don't have enough landfill. And previous study we already point out that what plastic is dominant, but we will study which kind of plastic. In this study, we found that more than 90% of
plastic is come from bag. So bag is in the study show that to manage plastic with value, no problem, but not value is difficult because plastic bag done by junk shop. And we found that in average one plastic bag is consumed by the local people. So you know, like I mentioned, junk shop flavor and button food to collect the plastic, but junk shop doesn't buy plastic bag, so plastic bag is hard to control. And you can see that why people threw out plastic, because one important is convenient, and another is in another study area we found that because the fact that it becomes the common practice, you know, when they become common practice, we have to change their attitude and behavior. And this is we found in Cypriot in different than Phnom Penh. We found that more than half of the local people do not register to waste collection. So when they don't register to waste collection, they still practice with traditional waste management like burning, like burying. Like you can see that 48% of the people, when they don't use waste collection company, they have to burn down. And this is the factor that leading to the contribution of the plastic. We found that plastic bag and from household, and interestingly, we see that people start to have baby diaper. In the past 10 years, people don't use baby diaper in the rural area. So we have to make more study on this because we don't know what happened in the chemical in the baby diaper. And this is the law enforcement in Cambodia, in the rural area. They put like if you throw waste in the public, they will be punished from $5 to $250. $250. But we found that only around 60%, they know they read this value, but only around 8% they know how much they be punished. So without knowing the household of the law, they will not enforce. And also the local authority play very important role to provide information. But we have the changes very low. Lastly, we found that we have the changes influenced by the law very low. And just some takeaway message, we found that access to the waste management is very important because people do not afford to pay for waste collection company. People know what they don't access to the service. And in the future, if the donor want to work in Cambodia, we have to help Cambodia to expand the waste collection. And also local people know what plastic is a issue. However, like when they want to be short, like even they short, but when they collect the waste collection mix up, so they cannot benefit from sorting. And lastly, I think we more focus on downstream, but we don't focus on upstream, that means manufacturing. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Professor. Right. Now we will not have a discussion. We're going to finish very quickly. May I ask the participants in the panel for session 3 come on to the stage very quickly for a very quick photo shoot. Have a nice. Yes, so 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Yes, thank you very much.
And so this is ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the conclusion of the ASEAN Conference on Plastic Pollution from Land-Based Sources of the Ocean current status and solution. On behalf of the organizer, we would like to express our sincere appreciation for your presence, active participation, and your valuable contribution. We trust that today's discussion will further reinforce regional cooperation and inspire continued collective action in addressing memory plastic pollution across ASEAN. We look forward to welcoming you again tomorrow for the second day of the conference, where we will continue with more insightful sessions and experience. Thank you once again, and we wish you a pleasant evening. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. And we want to invite everyone to come to the stage for a last group photo of today's conference day one. So please come to the stage. Yeah, we would like to finally invite all participants to come up on stage for a second group photo today. Here. Okay, all participants enjoy for a group photo together here on the stage. Please come to the stage to join our group photo for the day one. Yeah, we look great right now. So can you move it to the other? The line is good. Yeah, everyone looks great. Okay. Okay, so I will count 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 3. 4, 5. Okay, and we go very much. Thank you very much.
Đâu đạt nhé, đạt biết đạt ok.
Tắt nó được. Đấy.